We welcome you to Cavaliers Stadium on the campus of Johnson County Community College here in Overland Park, Kansas, as we're ready to get started for games 3 and 4 of the series between the 13th ranked Johnson County Cavaliers and the Neosho County Community College Panthers. Alongside my partner, Aaron Feely, the first time we have two broadcasters today. I'm Brendan Bolin, your voice of Cavalier Baseball. Happy to be here on this lovely Saturday afternoon. And Aaron, there's nothing like the Cavaliers, who got things rolling. Won the first game 11-0 and then won the second one 19-4. So 30 runs across 2 games, and that's what you can really ask for.
Yeah, and Johnson County's been on fire throughout the month of April, have yet to drop a game thus far since the calendar page turned over. And for Neosho, lost 5 consecutive, so they're hoping to right the ship here tonight. As you mentioned, a beautiful day as that ball's going to skip up into the netting. Here's they're warming up. But, yeah, the last time I was on a call here, we had players coming up from the dugout up here into the booth, just trying to escape the cold. It was overcast, a little bit rainy and windy. Lovely day for baseball out here tonight. Should be a great one.
And current temperature right now in Overland Park, 69 degrees. Feels like 66. Wind's going to be blowing about 15 miles per hour to the north, 23 mile per hour wind gusts. So if we are on this view, I do apologize, as the center field camera will be shaking quite often. So to avoid getting you guys seasick watching at home, kind of avoid going to the behind home plate camera, or in center field camera. Christian Bobson will be on the mounds. First start for Bobson on the year, as it'll be Carson Hilton to lead off. Bobson, the freshman from Concordia, Missouri.
Just based on the way the wind's blowing, it should be a great day for the right-handed hitters.
First pitch is in for swing and a miss for strike 1. To Carson Hilton, the utility from Gardner, Kansas. Fouled right off the mask of Miller. Back, already behind in the count, 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Here's Bobson. 1 low. Ball and 2 strikes to count. Hilton, .324 average on the year. Struck out 22 times. That one high and outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bobson just trying to get Hilton to chase it 1, not testing at all. There's a 2-2. That one high. Count now full, 3 balls, 2 strikes. That one topped out at 92.
Great patience here by Hilton from 0-2 down. Not willing to expand that zone at all, even as behind in the count as he was, and he's battled back to a full here.
33 hits on the year for Hilton. That one fouled away. He's still going to battle here. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
If they had soccer practice going, someone would be in danger off that one.
3 home runs. Tied for 4th on the team. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Bobson's first AB is going to be a strikeout.
That's 23 now on the year for Hilton. Battle, though, there right off the bat. First hitter of the game, but Bobson able to get him.
Bobson's 34th strikeout on the season. And it'll be Lars Kester, the designated hitter. Product from Wright in Chanute, Kansas. Out of Chanute High School. Phenomenal standout player for the Blue Comets, a 3-sport athlete. Found his home to head coach Steve Murray in his 39th year of coaching at the helm of the Panthers. That one in there for strike 1, 91 mile per hour. Cavaliers rocking the gold uniforms, kind of a rarity. Normally you see the blues, you see the white uniforms, but going with the golds for another weekend. 2 balls and a strike to Kester. That one high and outside. 3-1 the count. Kester 39 hits in 97 at-bats, 402 average. Team leader in average. Second most home runs with 7. That one fouled back in the netting. Bobson's got Kester to a full count.
Back-to-back full counts to open us up here. Probably not exactly what Bobson was hoping for when he stepped up onto the mound, but was able to manage the first.
Another 3-2 home. That one fouled away. Kester also going to battle with Bobson. I'll give you the infield lineups for the Cavs. Behind the dish, Mike and Miller, the future Cornhusker. 3-2. Chop to second. McClure on to row for the first out, or the second out. First out defensively.
Some solid work here, even though it's 2 straight outs to open up here for Neosho. A couple of blowouts, as we mentioned, in the midweek series between these two as they come into the weekend series. It's a good way to maybe try to ensure that one of Johnson County's better arms can't get a nice long day going. So we've got a couple of early battles with hitters 1 and 2.
2-0 count to start off to Jamin Beck. Beck, a sophomore from Kansas City, Kansas.
That one just clipped the bottom of the zone there.
Product of Shawnee Mission Northwest. Off speed, just missed the zone there. 3 balls and a strike.
Yeah, I think he tried to go right back to that exact same spot and just a little bit wider on that second pitch.
367 average. It's 44 hits this season for Jamin Beck.
Don't worry, your stream is not buffering. It is yet another full count here.
To short. Quick throw for Mancinas. 1-2-3, first inning for Bobson and the Cavaliers. They're up to bat next. We'll see Jarrett Myers on the bump for the Panthers when we come back on Johnson County Sports Live. Back here on Johnson County Sports Line, Brenda Bull and Aaron Feely back here with you. Jake McClure to lead off for the Cavaliers, batting second in center field. Bo Schinkel batting third and catching. Mike Miller, cleanup hitter, and in left field, Jeremy Comer batting fifth. The designated hitter, Max Tauchik, batting sixth. First baseman Easton Rowe batting seventh. In right field, Riker Edwards batting eighth, and at short, Chris Mancinas batting ninth. The third baseman, Carter Kelly. So it'll be Jake McClure, the future Trojan, Arkansas Little Rock commit. This one hit past Myers and through into center field for a leadoff base hit. So on the first pitch McClure sees, he takes it right into center field for a leadoff single.
Yeah, there was There was not much in the way of playing the waiting game there for McClure. He came up ready to attack. Liked the first pitch he saw. We got a base runner.
This is Bo Schinkel, not yet committed, but has been phenomenal. And this is a matchup of the Week 7 Conference Players of the Week in the East Division. Jarrett Myers and Bo Schinkel were both nominated. And in there for strike one. This is whenever Schinkel had the sweep against Highland. He batted .643 that week with a double, 3 home runs, and he scored 9 runs, and he stole 3 bases. This one into left center field. Carrying well at the wall and gone!
I had
Bo
another one.
Schinkel, a 2-run homer. And it's a 2-0 ball game for the Cavaliers.
Bo knows baseball. Might be aging out some of our viewers there just a little bit if you.
Batting third, the catcher number 14.
Well,
Wow.
we mentioned the offensive explosion Johnson County has been on this week. Carrying directly into the weekend for sure. Early 2-0 lead here, Brennan. And still no outs.
A single and then a 2-run bomb from Bo Schinkel, and you knew that wind was going to carry it well. Mike and Miller sends this one into the left center field gap. That'll drop. Back-to-back-to-back knocks.
Batting fourth,
And now here's another batter who can definitely send this one over the wall. The most recent nod for Player of the Week, Jeremy Comer.
And we talked about the wind blowing out into left field here tonight. And we thought it was going to definitely benefit the right-handed hitters. Johnson County very lefty-heavy, though, with their lineup. Doesn't seem to be impacting them in any capacity, though. They'll take it the other way.
The sweep against Labette last week. Comer had a .467 clip with 3 doubles, a home run, a walk. He scored 4 times. He had 5 RBIs. Keeping the Cavaliers in the race for the regular season conference title. There goes Miller to second, and he's got it easily. So Mike and Miller moves up into scoring position. 1-2 count to Comer. Here's the pitch. Jarrett Myers, that one inside. Kyler Zacher, who we saw in the series against Cali, was also the pitcher of the week. Two to Comer, grounded to second. On to first. Meanwhile, Mike and Miller moves up to third base. And there's the first out.
And even the first out of the game here for Johnson County, at least still productive, as now still 2 to play with, and an opportunity to drive in yet another run here.
That'll bring in Max Township, the designated hitter. Township, the future Islander, going to Texas A&M Corpus Christi after he's done at Johnson County. That one outside, 2 balls, no strikes. And for Township, 20 hits in 60 at-bats, only 1 home run, 19 RBIs. That one just high. 3-0 count to start the AB for Township. 8 walks, 15 strikeouts, 333 average for the transfer from Dodge City Community College, which we'll see them next Thursday. This one into center field. RBI number 20 for Max Township as he drives in Mike and Miller. And the Cavaliers have a 3-0 lead.
The offensive explosion just continues. The approach has been great all day today for Johnson County. Every single pitch, it feels like, that's been left over the heart of that plate it seems like someone's making hard contact with it. There have been no mistakes gone unpunished to this point.
First pitch strike to Easton Rowe. Easton Rowe also going to Arkansas Little Rock. This is into right field, another single. And here come the Cavalier bats. It'll be Riker Edwards. Riker Edwards, the future Bulldog of Louisiana Tech, and it looks to be a mound visit early for Neosho. As Jarrett Myers has given up 5 hits in this bottom of the first inning. And you're facing Riker Edwards, who so far is batting .339 with a .411 on base percentage, 41 hits, which is 5th best on the team. 8 doubles, 2 triples, 2 home runs, 30 RBIs for Riker Edwards.
Don't you just love as a pitcher getting all the way down to the 7 hole and facing a .339 hitter with 30 RBIs? Isn't that just the best?
And the fact he's going to a Division I school after this, too.
Ah, good. The soft part of the lineup, you have to be thinking.
Chris Mancinas on deck. Riker Edwards had a double in game 2. Went in there for strike 1. Riker Edwards drove in 3 runs and he scored twice in game 1 as well. One away. That one inside, foul tipped back in the glove. Ball on 2-strike count. And for Jarrett Myers, the ERA at 3.54. And it's probably going to be ballooned after this game. To second.
That could help.
To short for 1, on to first. In time for the double play to end the first inning.
So the mound visit effective.
On 5 hits, the Cavs plate 3 to the second we go. Johnson County leads 3-0 on Johnson County Sports Live. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live, getting ready to start the second inning here. As it'll be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for the Panthers. It'll be Maverick Williamson, Luke Briley, and then Cutter Colvert. If anyone gets on, it'll be Hanneberg. Bob's in back to work here to start the second. That was a great pitch in there for strike one. Bit of a curveball there. Goes back to that fastball at 89 for strike two. Already 0-2 to Maverick Williamson from Salina, Oklahoma. 376 average, 44 hits on the year. Blocked well by Miller, just down low, ball and 2-strike count.
We'll see if Bobson can start working the strike zone a little bit earlier here after 3 straight full counts there in the first.
That one to third, Kelly. Fires on to Rowan, time for the first out.
That's probably more what he was hoping for today.
The catcher, number 20, Luke Briley.
It'll be Luke Briley stepping in for Neosho. Freshman catcher from Olathe, Kansas, product of Heritage Christian Academy. One of the smaller 4A schools in the state of Kansas. 15 hits, 9 RBIs on the year. He struck out 9 times, walked 3 times. This one popped up right to Jake McClure in shallow right field and makes the catch for round number 2.
That high sun was almost giving McClure some issues for a brief moment, but ultimately able to battle it off. This is a much quicker inning here for Bobson.
Cutter Colvert, the freshman infielder from Lenook, Arkansas. Colvert in in left field today. 26 hits on the year. Average of 317. Bobson on a little wild there. Ball on a strike count.
Well, he got him to chase on that last pitch, so I guess he was trying to really test how far out he could go with it.
Swing and a miss for strike 2. Blew it right by him at 90 miles an hour. And for those at home wondering where Lenook is, about a couple minutes eastward of Little Rock, Arkansas. 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And Bobson will strike out another batter to end the top of the second for Neosho as they go down in order. To the bottom of the second we go. The Hot Cav Bats up to bat next on Johnson County Sports Live. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live, bottom of the second inning. This walk-up song only means one thing. Chris Mancinas stepping in, Mancinas, Kelly, and then back to the top of the order with Jake McClure. And if anyone gets on, Bo Schinkel. Mancinas, the Bishop Ward product out of Kansas City, Kansas. This one chopped to second. On to first in time for the first out.
Almost gave him some fits there off the hop. Normally a nice turf field like this, you shouldn't get too many funny bounces, but
It'll be Carter Kelly, third baseman, who's played really well as of recently. Carter Kelly had a double in game one. This one past third, and that's going to be bobbled into the outfield for a one-out knock.
just a little bit too much mustard on it. Ate up the third baseman out there. That was Hansberg. Just couldn't quite handle it. Let's see if they go ahead and grant him the hit.
McClure 1 for 1 so far to start the afternoon with a single. So the players next to us are saying it's a base hit, so we'll count it as a base hit. I want to weigh in said on Jake McClure, 2 balls with 1 strike.
I mean, he gave it quite a shot over to third base. So I mean, it did hit him in the glove, but I'm going to go ahead and say that hit's probably the right call there.
McClure went 4 for 7 against the Panthers in the first 2 games. This one into right field, back-to-back singles for Jake McClure. And he thought about gunning for 2. They're going to throw back. It's not in time. And Kelly to third. And now here's a guy who can easily move runners at will, Bo Schinkel. And Bo Schinkel had that 2-run home run that just carried right to the scoreboard.
Wind's died down just a little bit, but he's got that home run power whether it's wind assisted or not. So you still got to be awful careful if you're the Panthers here.
And then you have Mike and Miller up on deck next, who absolutely tore up the Panthers. We'll bring up then and his at bat. I mean, Miller was hitting everything. This one into left field, carrying well, and with the catch is Colbert for the first out. Meanwhile, Carter Kelly, or second out, excuse me, Kelly to score. Cavs driving another run for the second straight inning, 4-0 Johnson County.
So Schinkel already 2 at-bats, 3 RBIs to this point in the game. And we're not all that particularly far into this game.
I mean, the Cavs drove in runs pretty easy. So Mike and Miller, the future Cornhusker, singled as well. And Mike and Miller in game 1, he ripped a 2-run triple in the top of the first inning, and he had a 3-run homer in the third. And they did 2 extra base hits and an RBI triple in the third in game 2. This one into left field and caught for the third out. 1 for 2 day for Mike and Miller so far, but the Cavs played another run. 4 runs on 7 hits for Johnson County. To the top of the third we go. Cavs in front 4-0. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live for the top of the third inning with the 7, 8, and 9 batters in Handberg, Dings, and Gilbert Rodriguez. And then back to the top of the order with Carson Hilton if anyone gets on for the Panthers. Look at the line for Christian Bobson through 2. No hits, no runs, no walks, and just 2 strikeouts. And 0-2 count to Handberg. Almost a 3-pitch strikeout. That one just outside for ball 1.
That one just barely to the outside.
Reed Handberg, the sophomore from Wichita. That one right to Mancinas on to first. Little high, but easily catchable for Easton Rowe. What a play from Chris Mancinas.
Batting eighth, the center fielder, number 43, Brody Dinges.
We talked about earlier the hit awarded on the rocket ball to third base just from sheer velocity off the bat. That thing had every bit the argument as well to have been a legitimate base hit if it had eaten Mancinas up, and Mancinas able to gather it in with relative ease.
This is Brody Dinges from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Thunder Ridge High School. One of the several high schools in that Colorado area. Trust me, I've been to that area. It's very populous. Highlands Ranch, Parker.
So those mountain areas are growing.
Yeah, they are. Certainly growing. Went to visit my family as a punch out for Bobson, his 3rd strikeout of the afternoon, and there's 2 down.
At some point in the last 10 years, suddenly everyone in America
wants to move to Colorado.
Woke up and realized, hey, those mountains are pretty nice, huh?
Gilbert Rodriguez steps in. Rodriguez, the sophomore from the Dominican Republic. Life Prep Academy. And we lost our camera footage in center field, so this will have to be the view for now. That one high, but just got the top of the zone for strike 2. Rodriguez, about the same time that Schinkel was nominated, he also actually, he was nominated the same week that Bo Schinkel won Player of the Week in Week 7 last month. He was the other nominee alongside Jarrett Myers. 1-2 count to Rodriguez. That's a sword. Strike 3 for Rodriguez. 1-2-3 inning for Bobson. That's strikeout number 4 in just 3 innings of work. Bottom 3 we go. Cavs still in front 4-0 on Johnson County Sports Live. Back here in Johnson County Sports Line for the bottom of the 3rd inning. We got footage back on the center field camera. Jeremy Comer will step in. The 4, 5, and 6 batters for Johnson County. Comer, Townchick, Easton Rowe, Ranker Edwards if anyone gets on. Comer to second. Fielded cleanly at second base by Rodriguez, and on to Williamson for the first down.
The way Johnson County's been swinging it pretty much all week, it almost feels pessimistic to say if anyone gets on, but well, he took care of the first hitter.
This is Max Townchick. 1 for 1 with a single, drove in a run as well. Popped up into center field. And caught for out number 2 by Brody Dinges.
This feels like my fault.
The first baseman, number 11, Easton.
Maybe it is, Aaron.
Yeah. you never even make that comment, I guess.
No. There's Easton Rowe, former trailblazer of Gardner Edgerton. Rowe also with a single. One of the Cavaliers' 7 hits so far. Back-to-back strikes dealt by Jarrett Myers. Myers threw 40 and 2/3 innings this season, 27 strikeouts. Easton Rowe protecting the plate there, fouling that one off. Count still remains at no balls and 2 strikes. He's given up 47 hits, 20 runs, 16 earned, 2 walks. Again, 27 strikeouts. Only 5 home runs. This one found away in left field. That's going to go right to near the Neosho bullpen, and the Neosho faithful traveled well here today. Took about a 2-hour drive.
Filling out the guest area, the bleachers in orange over there. Great to see.
It's not something we normally see. It's very common for a lot of people to show up to a Johnson County game, but for away fans, besides the exception of, I guess you could say, KCK, I haven't really seen that guest area filled up this much. Going in there for strike 3. 1-2-3 inning for Jarrett Myers. The bottom of the 3rd is go to the 4th inning. The Cows, a 4-run lead over Neosho. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live, 4th inning here
Leading off the Panthers,
in Overland Park.
number 5, Carson Hilton.
Bob's in still. No hitter through 3. I hate to start a jinx here, but no hits
I wouldn't
through 3.
even
I mean, he's been dealing today, but I mean,
he has been untouchable to this point. My little jinx was a little minor in the last inning. I don't even want to put that on you, Brennan. But yeah, the scoreboard is not the only 0 that we're seeing up there on the stat sheet.
Carson Hilton steps in. He struck out bottom of the first inning. And he had quite a battle there. 7 pitch at bats for Hilton. He's already behind 1 ball and 2 strikes. This is to second. Fielded good by McClure. On to first in time for the first out of the 4th.
And of course, it always helps as well. He's been getting his strikeouts, but when you have defenders playing behind you at the level that Johnson County does, it can help keep some of those runners off bases for you.
Lars Kister ground out his first time out. Best bat in the lineup by far. I mean, when you're batting .402 with a .701 slugging percentage as a freshman, it's got to pop some eyes, definitely. 39 hits, 7 home runs, second most on the team, 33 RBIs. That one high and outside, 2 balls and a strike. .516 on base percentage as well. Kester not happy that he whiffed on that one. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lefty-righty matchup. Bombs in, and Kester 2-2 off speed. Ooh. Just missed. That was, now count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. With Jamin Beck on deck. 3-2. Fouled off right near the Neosho dugout. Look out. Several of them jumped away, and it looked like
a little jump scare never hurt anybody.
The Mies on the Wii bowling, when you pull the ball backwards and they all just spin around and jump out of the way. Another 3-2. Into left field. Comer back, and he's going to look over. Forget about it. Lars Kester, a solo shot in the 4th, and the Neosho's got their first run.
Well, you mentioned it not that long ago, Brennan. He's the best bat in their lineup. He was going to be the biggest issue for Johnson County's pitching here today. Gets the first hit. He's the first guy to touch a bag all day, and he rounds all 4 of them. Both home runs today have been to that same side, though not much in the way of wind on that particular one. I got it.
Jamon Beck ground at his first time out. That was a 6-pitch at bat. He managed to ground out to Chris Mancinas to end the bottom of the first inning, or top of the first inning. Thompson nails a strike zone. Had to have been a changeup there. Ball on 2 strikes. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Make it strikeout number 5 for Bobson.
The first baseman, number 25, Maverick Williamson.
That's a nice bounce back there after giving up the home run the last batter. Turns around, 4-pitch strikeout, and we move.
Maverick Williamson up the middle. Mancinas on the hop. Fires it to Rowe in time for the 3rd out. A Lars Kester home run plates the first hit and first run of the game for the Panthers. Cavs up to bat next on Johnson County Sports Live. Back here, Johnson County Sports Live, bottom of the fourth inning. And there goes our center field camera. Meanwhile, look at the dazzling play from Gilbert Rodriguez at second.
The shortstop, number 22, Chris Mancinas.
That was a hot shot right off the bat of Riker Edwards. Chris Mancinas will step in. Mancinas grounded out his last time out. That one into right field and dropping for a base hit. They're going to send him to second. And Yeager's going to hold him up at second. One out double for Chris Mancinas.
Wind might have almost helped a little bit there. That thing was just barely inside the line. Wind might have given it just a little bit of a back in play.
One on, one away for Carter Kelly. Single into left field his last time out. And there for strike one. Ooh. Looked a little inside. Center field camera still not cooperating with us, so do apologize for that. That one into left center field. Going back at the wall and making the catch in center field. Oh my goodness, making the catch at center field was Dinges. Mancinas will go to third. That was quite a catch. Carried well.
A healthy rib cage is overrated anyway.
McClure right to short. Beck throws on to first in time for the third out. Stellar defense from the Panthers. We go to the fifth inning. Cavs still in front 4-1 on Johnson County Sports Live. Not sure what that was about on our production side. My bad. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live. Top of the 5th inning. Center field camera's working again. Popped up and fouled away, and it was during fly balls that Johnson County was fielding with their catchers. One came up and smacked the top of the press box. A little bit of a scare there, Aaron.
Yeah, it turned us into the me's for a little bit there, so that's why we weren't allowed to laugh too hard at the dugout getting freaked out, but ours wasn't caught on camera, so I think we're good.
1 ball, 2 strike count. It's to Briley. That one outside. Look at Briley for Olathe, Kansas. That one. Almost a diving play by Mancinas. He'll trickle into left field for a leadoff single.
The left fielder, number 31, Cutter Colbert.
I think we got to rule that as single.
That might have saved us, though, Brennan. After the perfect game, no-hitter and shutout, all got ruined on one swing of the bat, and it was our fault last inning. I think we're allowed to safely leave now.
Quick visit to the mound. Yes. It'll be Cutter Colbert stepping in. Bobson just trying to protect this 4-1 lead with only 2 innings to go. We Cutter Colbert up, and then on deck coming up, it'll be Reed Handberg. That one right down the middle, off speed of 73 in for strike 1 to Colbert. He struck out to end the top of the 2nd for Neosho. And there for strike 2, got the low inside corner there. So I think the zone definitely expanded more on the inside on righty batters. 0-2. Popped up. Mancinas calls for it. Stumbles backward and makes the catch for the first down.
Ball almost played some tricks on him there in the air.
This is Reed Hanneberg, sophomore from Wichita, Kansas, product of Bishop Carroll High School. Has a brother that goes to Butler Community College, a dual sport athlete, and out comes Coach Horner. And it looks to be that the day is done for Bobson. And out comes Keston Holman. We'll look at his line, and he'll look to finish the top of the 5th off as Bobson is done after 4 1/3. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live, we'll take a look at Keston Holman, the freshman from Nebraska City, Nebraska. He has not pitched yet in this series, but he pitched last in game 2 against Labette. He got the save in that one. He went 3 innings and had a walk at 6 strikeouts. And did not give up a hit or a run in those 3 innings of work. Holman deals low and away for ball 1 to Handenberg. His brother Van. At Butler, oh my goodness. 2-0 count to Handenberg.
Just making sure he's awake.
This one.
And he is.
Into center field. And making the catch in center is Bo Schinkel for out number 2.
The center fielder, number 43, Brody Dinges.
Brody Dinges will step into 2 away for the Panthers. Dinges a strikeout victim. The 3rd. Fouls that one off. One just missed for ball 1. Dinges a .200 average batter. Just 3 hits, 2 RBIs. He struck out 3 times this season, well 4. After today, from Popson. One inside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Gilbert Rodriguez on deck for the Panthers. 2-1, fouled back in the netting. Even 2-ball, 2-strike count. Nice fielding play by Coach Donnelly. Canary. 3-2 the count. That one at 90.
Our good friend the Wind is returned.
3-2 count. Runner goes to second. And we'll have to go run back to the dugout as Dinges is retired.
He got a little head start.
Just needed to round the corner one more time. To the bottom of the 5th we go. Cavs still in front, 4-1. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live, bottom of the 5th, Bo Schinkel to lead off. Look at the line for Jarrett Myers through in the 5th inning, through 4 innings of work, 8 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned, no walks, and just 1 strikeout. That one way outside.
Although considering the production Johnson County had during the week, I'd argue that if you're Neosho, 4-1, still a 3-run deficit, but I mean, you might have taken that coming in.
This one to third. Thrown to first way high, but still being able to make the catch is Williamson for the first down.
Mikey Miller.
That's why you do those pregame stretches.
Mike and Miller, 1 for 2 with a run today. Fly out in a single. Foul tip, in and out of the glove. On 1 count to start off. Miller trying to continue his production. He is trying to carry over from games 1 and 2 on Thursday. Chopper to second, Rodriguez. Fires to Williamson in time for out number 2.
The first baseman, number 26, Jeremy Comer.
And I think our PA announcer may have said first baseman, but this is the left fielder, Jeremy Comer, the future Oregon Duck. Into left field, carrying well, forget about it.
You might have hit that to Oregon.
Like Aaron said, blasted that one all the way to Eugene, Oregon. And Comer delivers the 2nd home run of the game for Johnson County. And it's a 5-1 Cavalier lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Just when it started to feel like Neosho was generating some momentum on the mound, they were starting to pile up some of these outs, keep this thing close. Big blast off the bat of Comer, back to a 4-run lead.
From the SEC to start off, and now here in the KJCCC and all the way going over to the Big Ten. One taken low for ball 1. Township 1 for 2, a single. That's first AB. Outside, 2 balls and a strike. Way inside on Township, 3 balls and 1 strike to count now. Easton Rowe on deck. Three-1 into left field. 2-out knock from Township. That'll be Easton Rowe stepping in.
Easton Rowe.
They're going to keep Jarrett Myers out there still. Easton Rowe 1 for 2 today with a strikeout and a single. Myers got him to chase low for strike 1. Fouled away. Going right to the netting, and Kester saves it there. No 2 count to Easton Rowe. Way inside on him. Ball on 2 strike count. Township on first, and Riker Edwards coming up. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And that'll end the 5th inning. To the 6th we go. Cavaliers now in front 5-1 after the solo shot from Jeremy Comer. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live. Tap the 6th.
The Panthers 6th. The second baseman, number 3, Gilbert Rodriguez.
Gilbert Rodriguez to lead off 9 1-2 batters for the Panthers. Be Rodriguez, Carter Hilton, and then Lars Kester, Jamon Beck if anyone gets on. Keston Holman back for his trying to get to 2nd inning of work. For strike 1, 1 ball, 1 strike count to Keston Holman. Or from Keston Holman to Rodriguez, 0 for 1 of the strikeouts. One, fouled away. Ball and 2 strike count. Apologize again, the wind's continuing to knock the signal off our center field camera. Another foul ball back at the netting behind home plate. Still a ball and 2 strike count to Rodriguez. In there for strike 3. That's strikeout number 2 for Keston Holman of the afternoon. Carson Hilton will step in. 0 for 2, a strikeout. Wind's picked up just a tad bit, 16 mile per hour to the north, kind of going towards the northwest, so hence why it's kind of carrying into left field. That one into center field. And that's just going to drop. Looked to be Schinkel was waiting if McClure or he was even going to make a play. It'll drop right into center field.
I think he might have just held up once he realized he wasn't quite going to be able to get there, so he'd have an easier play off the bounce.
So not a bad decision either.
No, you certainly don't want to overrun it and then give him any sort of momentum when you've got a nice 5-1 lead here late.
Lars Kester had a solo shot back in the 4th inning. Again, hit it out to left field and right where the wind's blowing. So if you're able to hit in the left field and got plenty of power behind your bat, definitely going to go over the wall most likely. 1-1, just missed outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Kester. Kester also a ground out. Owen fouled away. And had a play right towards the other guest section of Neosho.
He was just trying to give one of his family members that came out a nice little souvenir.
Had our center field camera for a moment, but lost it again. So we'll wait till the next half inning to get it back for you. Miller blocks it well. Keeps runner from going too. Instead, it's a full count to Lars Kester. Jamon Beck on deck. 3-2. Right into left field. Back-to-back hits for Neosho.
The shortstop, number 11, Jamin Beck.
They took care of Kester that first time, but back-to-back at bats with a hit for him. And he's 50% of the team hits here today.
Jamon Beck steps into the box. This one into left center field and tracked well and caught by Comer for the second out. Almost kind of waiting to left, kind of looked like it was going to go in the gap, and then Comer had a nice leap on it and then just hooked right to him.
Yeah, Comer read it very well right off the bat. Evidently, he's got a little bit more speed than we were giving him credit for. That ball hung up there a little bit more, because I'm with you. I thought that was heading right for that NJCAA logo over there on the fence. And it just hung up enough.
Maverick Williamson 0 for 2 today. Oh, 1 into left center field. That's going to carry well. And that's over the wall and gone. And Maverick Williamson has cut the lead to just 1. 3-run homer for the freshman from Gardner. It's a 5-4 ball game for the Panthers.
And now a little bit of sweat starting to build up for those in attendance here. Still 4 more outs to get for Johnson County. We've talked about the wind a lot. We've had 3 home runs here today, and all of them have been to that same side.
Luke Briley, good take for ball 1. Briley 1 for 2 today with a single. Right to short. Mancinas can't make the catch.
And to correct my previous statement, it's actually been 4 home runs today.
Left fielder, number 31.
2 by either team. And now I want to bring up Cutter Colverts, the left fielder. 0 for 2 of the strikeout today. And time called as mound visit for Keston Holman. There's not really much activity in the pen for Johnson County. And nothing either for Neosho, so it looks to be they'll throw Jarrett Myers out there for the last inning.
Well, it was a lovely day for a ball game out here, and to add on to it, we're getting quite a game, in fact, on top of that. So anyone who decided to come out here and spend their Saturday with us in person, it's just been an overall fun experience to this point. Unless, of course, you've got beads of sweat now dripping off the back of your neck from the sudden intensity of this ball game building up.
Cutter Culvert. Miller has it go off, and he'll not make a play at second. To second goes Luke Briley. So tying run now in scoring position for Neosho.
So that ball getting away could prove to be big if Culvert can put bat to ball and get it out of this infield.
1-1 count to Culvert. Holman will step off. And he gets the okay from home plate umpire to get set and deal. Here's the pitch. That was a nice off-speed pitch. And there, 1 ball, 2 strikes. That was looked to be a little bit of a slider.
And you mentioned earlier that the inside of that zone seemed to have been expanding as the day went on. You don't wonder if that didn't have maybe an impact on the decision to take a rip at that.
1-2, swing and a miss for strike 3. And Holman, despite giving up a 3-run bomb here in the top of the 6th, is going to keep the Cavs in front 5-4. Cavs, last chance to try and add some insurance. Jarrett Myers back to work on the bump for Neosho. You're watching Cavalier Baseball on Johnson County Sports Live. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live for the bottom of the 6th inning, and Myers' last pitch to his catcher got away from him there. Riker Edwards will step in. It'll be Edwards, Mancinas, Kelly, 7, 8, 9 for the Cavaliers. McClure, if anyone gets on, and a leaping catch by Jamone Beck at short. 1 pitch, 1 quick out for Neosho.
The shortstop, number 22, Chris Mancinas.
Mancinas will step in, 1 for 2 with a double. Myers is just getting set real quick and just going right to work, wasting no time at all. This one, a pop fly into center field. Making the catch, try number 2, Brody Dinges.
You notice the wind keeps dying every time Johnson County comes up to bat?
Number 4, Carter Kelly.
Feels personal.
Carter Kelly, third baseman, steps in, 1 for 2. He scored today. Had a single and a fly out in the bottom of the fourth to Dinges. Kelly opposite hit field and caught and right for the third out by Carter Hilton. Panthers down to their final 3 outs. How will the Cavaliers shut the door here? 7th inning coming up on Johnson County Sports Live. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live for the 7th inning. First pitch strike.
So suddenly we've got some drama on tap for you here in the 7th.
Tucker Akins, the pinch hitter for Neosho. This one popped up into right field, and making the catches, Riker Edwards for out 1.
Your attention, please. Pitch hitting for the Panthers, number 30, Cole Spears.
Another pinch hitter yet into the lineup for Neosho, Cole Spears. Panthers just trying to throw whatever they can. Try and get themselves to tie this ball game up, only down a run.
You'll notice the flag out in center again, Brennan. Neosho up, win back.
Cole Spears, freshman from Lenox, Arkansas as well. Foul back.
Panthers obviously aware of it as well. Trying to throw as many powerful righties as they can out there in a 1-run game.
Two, going low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Another pinch hitter on deck for Neosho. That one to third, Kelly. On to row. And just 1 more out to try and seal the deal for the Cavaliers to take the 3rd game and guarantee the series win.
Your attention, please. Pitch hitting for the Panthers, number 18, Jay Morgan.
Jay Morgan, the outfielder from Gillette, Wyoming. Thunder Basin High School product. So Neosho's gathered players from everywhere pretty much.
Yeah, I've covered a couple Thunder Basin games back when I worked up there.
Did I pronounce that name right, Aaron?
You sure did.
Gillette, Wyoming.
Gillette, Wyoming, Thunder Basin High School.
At bat number 20 on the year. 4 hits, 1 walk. He's struck out 7 times this year. He's down to his final strike here. Down to the final strike, the 1-2 from Keston Holman, swinging and miss for strike 3. And the Cavaliers are guaranteed the series win against Neosho. 5-4 the final here in Game 3 as the Panthers fall further in the standings. Johnson County, their 7th straight win so far. Again, still have not lost in the month of April. As we'll step aside for just a matter of moments, and we'll recap Game 1 and then go to a brief intermission for Game 2. Cavs take Game 3, 5-4 the final. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live, here for our post-game show. And Aaron, it was a close game, it looked to be an early defeat for the Cavaliers up until the 4th inning. You go, okay, Lars Kester hit a home run, Bo Schinkel will drive in one in the 5th, and then the 3-run home run in the 6th. Proved to be a little bit of a scare for the Cavaliers, but they hold off the Panthers and get the win 5-4 here.
Yeah, it was. I think we joked about it before the game started. It was 2 massive blowouts for Johnson County in the first 2 games of this series. That was during the midweek pair of contests they had. So we're talking about, so what are the odds you think we get a nice 1-run game going here today? And wouldn't you know it, that's what we end up getting right off the bat. It was a brilliant effort there toward the end by Neosho. That 3-run homer late certainly helped him in the 6th inning. Made it a little bit teeth-clenching there toward the end. But Johnson County takes care of business. They've got a chance at a 4-game sweep coming up. Should be another good one.
Neosho falls to 6-13 on the year. Johnson County 19-4 in conference play, I should say. Overall, Johnson County gets win number 32 of the year. Neosho falls to under 500 at 17-18. So not the year they want to have, but nevertheless, they're still, Neosho just trying to battle and find their way to get to 500 on the year. And we'll take a look at the numbers for starting off with the Cavaliers. They finished with 5 runs on 10 hits and no errors. Bobson gets the win, 4 1/3 innings of work, 2 hits, 1 run, which is earned, no walks, and 5 strikeouts. Keston Holman, I imagine, will get the save. 2 2/3 innings pitched, 4 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. So the Cavaliers did a nice job of not walking batters. Sure, they gave up 6 hits, but to walk no batters and give up free bases like that, although you have to mention, Neosho is battling the count a lot. They've battled the count a lot, especially in that first few innings. They battled the count well. But, I mean, you got to look at it from the perspective of we didn't give up a walk. We didn't give up a free base, just being careless with our selection. We kind of just took care of it, and we painted the corners well.
You never want to give them free passes. You want to at least make them earn it if they're going to put runs up on you. And it felt like every time Johnson County was leaving the strike zone, it was usually intentional. Felt like most of the time where they were going outside, they were trying to draw that 3rd strike, get a swing and miss, try to lure them into chase. Didn't feel like there was much in the way of control issues at any point, and obviously the stat sheet reflects that. That arguably might have been one of the biggest keys to this game, too. Every time there was a big-time hit for Neosho, having limited batters on base for them, I would say in a 1-run game, probably comes up massive.
And it was a multi-hit games from Jake McClure and Max Tauchik, but Bo Schinkel, I feel, proved to be the difference maker today. A home run, although going 1 for 2, one of his at-bats was a sacrifice fly to drive in a run. So essentially, Bo Schinkel driving in 3 of the 5 runs for Johnson County off a home run, especially with it being a 2-run shot to drive in McClure as well, and then getting that sac fly to drive in Carter Kelly. I mean, Bo Schinkel did it all today. That's why he's kind of been on a tear recently.
Yeah, and I mean, they were both in the first 2 innings, too. He came up to bat twice early on and was able to put runs on the board each time. That is starting fast right there. And again, we hit it on it once more. It looked like it was just going to be the build-up to another big Johnson County blowout. But as it turns out, all 3 of those runs proved to be massive for Johnson County. They needed each and every one of them. And so Bo Schinkel definitely in the running for the player of that first game. Of course, tendencies probably to lean toward Bobson the way he was pitching on the mound there early on. But, as far as a hitting perspective, Bo Schinkel doesn't get much better than that.
So Jarrett Myers, the McPherson native, will fall to a record of 4-3 as he went through. He pitched a complete game, 6 innings, allowed 10 hits, 5 runs, all of them earned, no walks, and just 2 strikeouts. 69 pitches for Jarrett Myers, and 49 of those being for strikes. So Myers was dealing. Essentially, he had a rough first couple innings, but then he kind of started to slow it down and trusted his defense. But what's it going to be for Game 4 for Neosho if they want to get a win here and get back to 500?
Well, I think they're definitely going to have to start as fast as they finished that last game. They're going to need to come out ready to play some solid defense, get the pitching going early on. You can't afford to fall behind 4-0 in the first 2 innings, of course, in many games, let alone a game against a team like Johnson County, who's currently top 2 in the standings. It's just going to be a matter of, can you come out, can you try to hit the Cavaliers in the mouth early if you're Neosho, and make sure that you don't let the game get too far away from you early on as they try to at least muster 1 victory in this 4-game series.
That'll do it for us here for Game 1. We'll be back at around 2:45, 3 o'clock, about that time for Game 2 here in Cavalier Stadium in Overland Park, Kansas. Back after a brief intermission. You're watching Cavalier Baseball on Johnson County Sports Live. We'll see you shortly. Back here for game 2 from Johnson County Community College Cavaliers Stadium. Here, Brendan Bull and Aaron Feely back here with you. And Aaron, get ready for game 2. Looking forward to an exciting matchup after the last one. Ended 5-4. It was a pretty good baseball game.
Yeah, it was a lot closer than either of the first 2 games between these two. Coming down to that 1-run game, a 6th inning rally for Neosho. Ramped up the tension a little bit there toward the end when it felt like Johnson County had the thing in control for most of the contest. Wind dying down a little bit out there. We'll see how that affects the power game from each of these sides, as we saw a number of home runs all go over that left center field fence in game 1. So with the wind going down just a bit, we'll see if that has any impact on that. Obviously, both of these teams with enough power generally, though, to still hit a couple over the fence, so just something to keep an eye on.
We'll take a look at the starting lineups for both these teams, starting with the Panthers of Neosho County Community College. Leading off and in right field, Carter Hilton. Batting second and at first base, Lars Kester. Batting third and at shortstop, Jamone Beck. Batting cleanup and the pitcher/designated hitter, Maverick Williamson. Batting fifth and in catching, Chase Robertson. Batting sixth and at second base, Cutter Colvert. Batting seventh and at third base, it'll be Tucker Akins. Batting eighth, the center fielder, number 43, Brody Dinges. Batting ninth and at left field, number 9, Dallas Kuser. Again, Maverick Williamson is on the mound for the Panthers. And we take a look at the lineups for the Cavaliers. Leading off and at second base, Jake McClure. Batting second and at center field, Bo Schinkel. Batting third, the designated hitter, Mike Miller. Batting cleanup, the left fielder, Jeremy Comer. Batting fifth and catching, Boston Bruce. Batting sixth and at first base, Easton Rowe. Batting seventh and in right field, Riker Edwards. Batting eighth and at shortstop, Chris Mancinas. Batting ninth and at third base, Carter Kelly. Pitcher for Johnson County is the fireballer and Denton Biller. There's your starting lineups and starting pitchers for today. We'll be back after a brief commercial break. When we come back, Denton Biller goes to work for game 2 of our series between the Panthers and the 13th ranked Johnson County Cavaliers. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live for game 2 of our doubleheader here on Johnson County Sports Live. Brendan Bull and Aaron Feely back here with you. Take a look at Denton Biller, the 6'3", 200-pound right-handed freshman from Agency, Missouri, Mid-Buchanan High School product. First pitch to number 5, Carter Hilton, for ball 1. Biller's last game he pitched in.
I watched it on TV the other night, Thursday night.
Was it, so the year so far for Biller, 6-0 record, 45 innings, 36 hits, 20 runs, 17 earned, 17 walks, 45 strikeouts. ERA of 3.40.
Areas of the ballpark, they had little, that was the first time I had seen that.
Carter Hilton, 1 for 3 last game. He scored and he had a strikeout. Foul tip back in the glove. Strike 2, 2-ball, 2-strike count.
You put it up on your big TV. I gotta get a cable for my, does your HDMI cable work on your phone? You can just do it from your phone.
2-2.
I don't have a smart TV.
Foul away.
I don't have a smart TV, so we have an HDMI cable. I know, and I don't, I'm like, I think I have to get one that'll have a iPhone. Gotcha. One end iPhone and the other HDMI. I just haven't.
Here's a 2-2. That one high and outside. That one at 92 miles an hour. We talked about it with Biller. You can definitely get in the high 90s. He's got a full count. Work with on Hilton.
If you get to freezing, babe, we can just.
And they'll take time.
He'll ask for a moment, step out.
There's a blanket in the car.
Here's the 3-2. Foul back. We're still here at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, that looked more defensive than anything. It didn't seem fully committal on that swing. Just realized it was going to be a strike and had to poke it in any direction to stay alive.
Another 3-2. Popped up. In shallow center. Schinkel and Chase to make the catch for out number 1.
Batting second. Reverse baseman number 33, Larson Kessler.
That'll bring up Kester once again here, Brennan, and he was a monster in game 1. They got him his first at bat, but then they just couldn't keep him off the bases after that.
Kester 2 for 3 with a home run and a single. Drove in just 1 run. He scored twice. Oh, 1. And there for strike 1. Oh, and 2 count to Kester. It's at first base. Tried to pull it opposite field. It goes foul. Another 0-2. That one popped up in foul territory. Kelly in chase. And it's out of play.
I don't know if he might have lost it or just got called off of it. It ended up staying within the realm of catchability there. But then he kind of peeled off at the last moment. And for Neosho, a fortunate break.
Biller got the win, 19-5 against Labette in Game 4. He went 5 1/3 innings, allowed 3 hits and had 8 strikeouts. And meanwhile, gets Kester to strike out there on a check swing. So there's 2 down. So back to that line, Aaron. Went 5 1/3 innings, allowed 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 3 walks and 8 strikeouts. Against Labette.
That one hooked back in nicely.
Beautiful location. On that inside corner. This is Jamon Beck. Just trying to frame it. Low for ball 1. Jamon Beck 0 for 3 with a strikeout in game number 1. Finds his strike zone back in for strike 2. 1-2 count to Beck. 2 just a little low at 92 and back to the fastball. Two, that one went inside. Count now full, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Cavalier baseball on the road Tuesday at Metropolitan Community College on April 15th. And Biller will give a walk to Jamin Beck.
That is the first free pass that we have seen today for a Neosho base runner. No walks in game 1, Brennan.
Remember, Bobzan and Keston Holman combined to try to shut the door, but did not give up a walk, just gave up 6 hits. Williamson pops up. Bruce has his mask off, and it's fouled away. Is that a mullet Boston Bruce is rocking there?
Sometimes you must.
Back here on Thursday, April 17th against Dodge City Community College. So Max Township's old college is going to come into town. And then also another schedule change. The game on Saturday against Baker University JV has been moved to Monday the 21st. And then Johnson County has a series on Thursday the 24th against Coffeyville. To end April, this one into left field. Williamson hit that one pretty well, and that one's going to be over the wall and gone.
So we talked about it in game 1. One of the things that Johnson County did so well was no walks, no free base runners. So even off the 2 home runs, you at least limited the damage on both of them. And this time it opens up. We get 1 walk for the Panthers. And then that home run turns into that 2-run blast. Big time start here for Neosho, coming off 3 straight losses here to these Cavaliers.
Like somebody mentioned over to the left of us, that was just a easy pop-up that we're just going to carry because of that wind that's just continuing to blow to the northwest. One inside. A new batter for Neosho today. It'll be Chase Robertson. Gets it inside. Biller almost had the catch. Fielded nicely by McClure. What a play from Jake McClure to get the 3rd out of the 1st inning.
Yeah, that was some impressive range, athleticism on display at second base. They come back, get that 3rd out, but now the offense is going to have to go to work here, Brennan.
A 2-run bomb from Maverick Williamson, who will go to the mound for the Panthers next on Johnson County Sports Live. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live, take a look at the pitcher, Maverick Williamson, the freshman from Salina, Oklahoma, carrying a 1-5 record on the year. 31 innings pitched for Maverick Williamson, 34 hits, 24 runs, 19 of them earned, 9 walks, 24 strikeouts. He's given up 4 homers. Sorry, a 1-2 record carried over. He has an ERA of 5.52. This one into left field, carrying well. That's going to be off the wall. McClure chugging for 2, and he's going to have a leadoff double. Had a leadoff single to start the first. He's got a leadoff double to start game 2.
That'll certainly help. You go down 2-0 early on. You lead things off right off the bat. First pitch hunting. You bounce one off the left field wall and get yourself a double.
Bo Schinkel steps in, drove in 3 runs in game number 3. Whoa, 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 whoa. That one way wild.
Yeah, the strike zone got expanded just a little bit to that right-hand batter's box, but
I didn't think it extended that
yeah,
far.
I'm not sure you're going to get that one.
So to third goes Jake McClure. (1-0), squared up by Schinkel. This one into right center field, and it's going to carry all the way to the wall. Schinkel around 2. He's going to go 3. And Yeager's going to hold him up. He almost signaled for Bo Schinkel to go home. It's an RBI triple for Bo Schinkel and the Cavaliers.
So you get the run, and Schinkel replaces McClure over at third, and I think that was the right call there. Even if he had a nice chance there, and I think he might have to beat the throw home, but it would have been real tight. No outs. You don't want to give up that chance at the tying run just standing there on third base, especially when he's going to tie it right here.
Mike and Miller into left field. That's over the wall and gone.
Well, his run's going to tie it. But then right behind him, once Miller gets home, it's going to be a 3-2 lead for Johnson County, and that did not take long for the offense to come right back and put Johnson County back in command.
Jeremy Comer steps in. Low for ball 1. That one fouled off Comer. Two and 1 to count. That one fouled away. One ball, 2 strikes to count. One outside to Comer. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That one to second. Fired on to first in time.
Batting fifth, the catcher, number 27, Boston.
Boston Bruce steps in. Folks, apologies for the graphic not changing. A little bit of a bug in our software, but got that fixed and under control. Take a look at it further during our break when we go to the second inning. The score is updated. 1-0, fouled right back in the netting. This is Boston Bruce, the freshman from Atchison, Kansas. Bruce had a great series against Neosho. That'll be a fly ball into right field and caught for out number 2 by Carter Hilton.
Batting sixth, the first baseman, number 11, Easton Rowe.
Easton Rowe. Batter in for Johnson County. Easton Rowe went 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a single. Game number 1. And again, this wind is not only blowing ferociously, but it's knocking the feet out of our center field camera. One lands well for strike 1, ball on 1 strike. So the wind causing a lot of problems today, Aaron.
That it is. Mostly a lot of problems for some of these pitchers' ERA every time a ball goes over towards left center. But it's causing us some camera issues as well.
Two-one. Rowe fouls it back. Riker Edwards trying to save it with his baseball bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Riker Edwards on deck. 2-2, that one low and inside to Easton Rowe, full count. Rowe is another big producer on Thursday. This one into left center field, and that's going to get in the gap and go all the way off the top of the wall and over. Ground rule double for Easton Rowe.
The right fielder, number 16,
So another runner in scoring position here, and Johnson County might not be totally done just yet trying to pad onto this lead here early. We talked about in the pregame that it was going to be Neosho who was going to want to start fast in this game, but we didn't see it coming that they would absolutely be able to start fast, and then it turned out Johnson County was just going to be able to match it with such ease.
Riker Edwards a chopper to third. Quick fire to first, not in time. Riker Edwards beat the throw at first. He's going to put runners on the corners for Chris Mancinas.
Even the routine plays seem like they're difficult when you're playing against this Cavalier squad because they've got a lot of speed when they're running those bases. They make you execute perfectly along the infield. Right there, we got a little taste of it.
It's Mancinas. This one into left field, and it'll be caught for out number 3 by Kuser. The Cavs take the lead right back. 3-2 do we go to the second on Johnson County Sports Live. back here on the second inning of work for Denton Biller. Foul tip back in the glove off of Gunnar Colvert. We Gunnar Colvert, Tucker Akins, and Brody Dinges, and then it'll be Dallas Kuser if anyone gets on. Oh, and Hyatt inside to Gunnar Colvert.
when they were in St. Lucia.
Colvert went 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts in game number 1. In game number 3, game 1 of the doubleheader here. 2-1 count to Gunnar. That one right down Brian Way for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Bill will retire the first batter here in the second.
Batting seventh. The third baseman, number 26, Tucker Akins.
This is Tucker Akins. Pinch hit in game 3 in the 7th. From Pittsburgh, Kansas. Biller misses outside the ball on a strike. 243 average in 17 games, 11 RBIs, 7 runs scored. This one carrying well in right field, and it'll be caught by Riker Edwards.
So some damage done there in the first inning, but it looks like Johnson County calming down just a little bit here in inning number 2. Now granted, we say that, but in the first inning, I believe all the damage was done with 2 outs.
Yeah, pretty much. Swing and a miss for first pitch strike to Brody Dinges. 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Cavs had 9 strikeouts on the Panthers in game 3, combined from Christian Bobson and Keston Holman. Went high at 95. So Biller already creeping up into the mid-90s. Biller's got 2 strikeouts through 1 2/3 innings of work. 1-2. Oh, goodness. It's going to hit him. On at 94.
Left fielder, number 9, Dallas Kessler.
And that's not, that can't feel good.
That looks unpleasant.
So 1 on, 2 down, another familiar position for Neosho. First pitch to Kusers, fouled away.
Then just going to get some cardio in and then head back to first base.
Dallas Kuser, the sophomore utility, batting 194 in 17 games. That one outside. One ball, 1 strike to Kuser. Kuser from Garnett, Kansas, Anderson County High School. strike count. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Denton Biller will throw out Kusar on strikes.
So no 2-out damage this time. Johnson County hopefully will pad the lead here.
Go to the bottom of the second. Cavalier lead, 3-2. Back here on the bottom of the second inning on Johnson County Sports Live. Brendan Bolin, Aaron Feely back here with you. The wind did enough damage to completely knock out the feed in the center field camera. So this will be the view for the rest of the game. Our sincere apologies, because that's nature for you.
She'll just try to believe us when we tell you it was a ball or a strike.
I'll describe location. Kelly rips this into left field for a leadoff single. So Carter Kelly, who started off last game 1 for 3 and with a run and a single, gets another single to start off his afternoon. As we go back to the top of the order with Jake McClure. Jake McClure leadoff double in the first inning. That one right down in the middle for strike 1 off speed. Fell right into the zone. Bo Schinkel on deck. We had a triple.
Yeah, the first 2 innings here today, Bo Schinkel has been an RBI machine.
Had a triple to drive in that run. McClure was already at third after the wild pitch from Maverick Williamson. When I say wild pitch, I mean extremely wild. That was nowhere near the zone. That one just missed high. Ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
So there was a hornet buzzing around in the right-handed batter's box. I think he was just trying to get it so it wouldn't get anybody with that one.
Oh, and it's set on McClure. 2 balls, 2 strikes. McClure finds the second baseman, flipped it back for 1, on to Kester for the double play.
So if Schenkel wants to keep his first 2-inning RBI streak going, he's got 3 at-bats and an RBI in each of those at-bats in the first 2 innings of these 2 games. If he wants to keep that one going, he's going to have to hit this one a ways.
So not the favorite of Dennis Drennan's 6-4-3 double play. It'll be a 4-6-3 double play to get those 2 outs there. Bo Schinkel steps in again, had that triple in the first inning to drive in a run. Then he was sent home after the 2-run homer from Mike and Miller. That one low and inside in the turf. 1 ball, 1 strike, and one of the more recent baseball teams to lay down turf, the Monarchs of the American Association Independent League, getting turf field after having grass and dirt for quite some time, and they kind of switched to being more of an entertainment center as well, not just a baseball stadium, to kind of, and and they had it ripped up for quite some time. And Bo Schinkel's going to rip that into left field. He's got a triple and now a single. Bo Schinkel
Designated hitter number 14, Mike Miller.
gets the Cavs back on the base paths. Mike Miller steps in on that 2-run homer. Aaron, the Monarchs had several field mishaps that forced cancellations and a lot of stuff, so they finally went to Mammoth and said, give us a turf field, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, and obviously, as you mentioned, more of an entertainment center now. It opens up a lot of the things you're able to do with them. And, of course, the turf field here in today's ball game, looking lovely. Always have great stuff here in Johnson County.
A lot of high schools are starting to switch to turf fields just a little bit. Want to count to Mike and low and inside, but just caught the bottom corner, strike one. Off the top of my head, I was in Paola yesterday when they played Chanute. Paola turf field. Lewisburg High School wants to get one next year.
I always imagine the number of turf beads you'd be pulling out of your socks and belt buckle and everything would just be a ridiculous number.
At my alma mater, Tonganoxie, they've talked about a turf field for a while, but never can seem to go through. There goes Bo Schinkel to second. Not in time. Bo Schinkel takes second base. Got a great jump off of that one. Cavs only had one stolen base last game coming from Mike and Miller. Two-two. Mike and Miller strikes out swinging. Williamson will strand Bo Schinkel at second. Cavaliers and Panthers go scoreless in the second. To the third we go. Cavs in front, 3-2. Cavalier baseball back next on Johnson County Sports Live. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live, 3-2. That popped up on a check swing, and that'll be foul. It's Carter Hilton stepping up for the second time.
Good triple body length dive, could have had it.
Hilton 0 for 1 to the flyout. Way outside at 90. 1-1 count. One high and outside again. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1, that one away outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. And don't know how Sesame Street got brought up into the press box, but here we are.
I think there might have been some SpongeBob in there too.
3 balls and 2 strikes, full count. To Carter Hilton, the right fielder. 1 for 3 last game. He scored a run, and second walk for Denton Biller and the Cavs
The first baseman, number 33, Larson.
this afternoon.
Not necessarily the hitter you want to walk the guy in front of coming up here.
Lars Kester. Biller caught the zone on the outside part for strike 1. Line for Biller, 2 innings, 1 hit, 2 runs, both earned, a walk and 3 strikeouts. Biller, this is pitch number 50. Found a way. Kester almost slipped in the box and got crossed up there. Ball on 2 strike count. Even Kester in the 4th inning had that solo shot that kind of just carried. 1-2. On inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jim Beck on deck. Chopper to second. McClure just throws to first, get the easy out. Runner goes to second in Carter Hilton.
He unfortunately just pulled him a little bit too far away and in the wrong direction from being able to turn that, try to go for the double play. So they'll just get the 1. And we move. But now that tying run, of course, looming over in scoring position.
Big swing and a miss from Jim and Beck for strike 1.
Beck took that walk in the 1st inning, ended up coming around to score thanks to a home run right behind him.
For the pitcher, Maverick Williamson, who hasn't had the best outing so far on the mound.
Since it was his own home run, go ahead, Brennan.
3-pitch strikeout to Jim and Beck, and there's 2 down after taking the walk. And
I'd be willing to allow a stat correction since it was his own home run offensively. That he's only -1 as a pitcher today.
that's
here in
fair.
the second game.
That's fair, yeah. Went inside, had to limbo out of the way. And for Neosho, you go back a ways. They had 8 straight games canceled through the month of February. Finally, they were able to start playing. They started off in the KCAC against Ottawa University. They won both those games, and then they beat Baker in a 3-1 series, and then split the series against Highland, and lost the series to Cali. This one into left center, and that'll drop in, and around comes Hilton to score the tying run. RBI single for Maverick Williamson, and again driving in his 3rd run.
And based on my logic from a sentence ago, I believe that now puts his ERA at 0. His, whatever you want to call it, his adjusted plus minus.
Something like that. their best, I'd say, game was against Butler in the West region of the KJCCC. They scored 18 runs that game. Won 18-8. Managed to split with KCK. They won a game at home and on the road. It was the first game of those games, and then they lost to Crowder. And of course, against Labette, they had plenty of offensive flurries. They scored 15 runs twice, but they scored 10 or more runs 3 times. They lost 13-15 against Labette in Game 4. And now they've kind of been on a 7-game skid after beating Ottawa twice and then managing to get the advantage over Pratt on the road at Pratt. They lost against Pratt twice, lost against Butler, and they've lost the last 3 to Johnson County. So that's kind of been the skid so far for Neosho, now back under 500. Neosho will go to Northeastern Oklahoma A&M College on Tuesday. Hit and run here into center field. And Boschinkel will run up on this one for the 3rd out. Our Maverick Williamson driving in another run. He goes back to work on the mound in the bottom of the 3rd, next on Johnson County Sports Live. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live. Brendan Bull and Aaron Feely back here with you. Jeremy Comer, Boston Bruce, and Easton Rowe, the next 3 up. Riker Edwards, if anyone gets on, and the future Oregon Duck and Jeremy Comer will step in. Remember in Game 1, he hit a ball all the way to Eugene, Oregon. Falls behind the count 0-1. This one popped up, headed towards left field. Carrying well, but making the catch in left field is Kieser for out number 1.
You think the wind's having an effect today, Brendan?
I mean, we've seen 5 home runs. No, 6 home runs, actually. We've seen 6 home runs today, so I think so, yeah.
Well, even on that one, it looked like just a routine pop out there, and I believe the left fielder's first step might have even been up, and then he just kept carrying back and carrying back.
Check swing right to Williamson, who flips it to Lars Kester for out number 2. I remember last year the wind was absolutely brutal. I think it was Coffeyville last year. The wind was so bad, it was knocking hats off of people who would just stand in the outfield. Hats would just carry in the outfield. This is back when we had the cameraman person. First pitch fouled away by Easton Rowe.
Are you trying to imply that the wind took away our cameraman person, Brennan?
No, I'm just saying.
We haven't heard from him since.
No, I'm just saying that the wind carried enough hats and baseballs, even if you hit it in left field, it'd start leaning towards center field, or in right field, it's kind of start carrying and hooking foul. Easton Rowe 1 for 1 with a double. 0-2 outside and low for ball 1. Williamson, 2 2/3 innings of work, 7 hits, 3 runs. All of them are no walk and just 1 strikeout. Get a 1-2 count on Rowe. That one's going to hit him. Just came inside and got him. And a 2-out hit by pitch as Easton Rowe will take first base. So we've got Riker Edwards.
Williams has had some issues with the control here early on today.
Riker Edwards, the future Bulldog of Louisiana Tech. 1 for 1 with a single. Had a stellar freshman year and carrying forward to the sophomore campaign. Got one inside, 3-0 count early. Riker batting .350 today. He's got 9 home runs. Was all-conference first team and all-region 6 second team his freshman year. He tied for the team lead to 24 stolen bases. Was tied for the most triples in the conference with 6. There goes Easton Rowe to second, and he'll just slow down on his way as Riker Edwards will take a walk. There's 2 on and just 2 out. It's going to leave Chris Mancinas with a chance at an RBI.
And those sting when you got 2 quick outs right off the bat, but then you give up 2 straight free passes. In a tie ball game, we'll see if Johnson County can make them pay for it.
Mancinas lined out to left in the bottom of the third to end that, or sorry, bottom of the first to end that inning. Here in the bottom of the third for his second at bat. Carter Kelly on deck. Back at the netting, ball on a strike. Lefty-righty matchup. One. That one way outside, but nicely done by the catcher in Robertson to keep it in front. Two on. That went outside. 3 balls, 1 strike.
And now they could be looking at some trouble. Our Neosho.
Mancinas during his scouting had an 88 infield velo and a 60 time of 6.87 seconds. Runners go. And it's a ball 4, so Mancinas is going to walk and load the bases here for Carter Kelly.
Baseman number 4, Carter Kelly. What up? This is Doc
And as we mentioned, they got the first 2 outs in relatively quick succession there, did the Panthers, and then 3 straight walks, and suddenly you're looking at trouble.
So quick visit to the mound for Maverick Williamson and Chase Robertson.
We're not going to interrupt there.
And if you remember, I go back to, this is a big situation here. I go back to Labette on Thursday, the 3rd of April. Carter Kelly had a 3-run double that was a 4-run 6 for Johnson County. Johnson County would win that game 7-4. Carter Kelly just seems to be with the bases loaded or with runners on base, he does pretty well. On inside for ball 1.
And you certainly don't want to walk in the go-ahead run. But I don't know how much control Williams has right now and how much the wind is affecting the accuracy as well.
That one to third. And they'll just make the play at third base for out number 3 and go into the dugout. It was just a quick, simple chuck behind the shoulder of Hanneberg. So that's how the third will end with 3 on base for the Cavaliers. We go to the 4th. Tie ball game at 3. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live here for the 4th inning of work for Denton Biller. Cutter Colvert steps into the box. Cutter Colvert, Reed Hanneberg, and Brody Dinges, and then Gilbert. Sorry, this is Cutter Colvert, Akins, Dinges. Keiser, if anyone gets on. That one in there for strike 2. Oh, 2, grounded to first. Easy play for Easton Rowe to step on the bag for the first down. Colbert is 0 for 1, now go 0 for 2 here.
Nice, simple start to the inning there for Johnson County. You just don't want to let stranding 3 runners affect the momentum in any capacity, and right there, just a nice calm.
Nicely fielded by Kelly, but it's foul.
Yeah, almost back-to-back nice, calm, easy outs, but that one just leaked foul.
To Tucker Akins. 0 for 1, and that's going to hit him. And they'll take first base with 1 out. That's now the second hit batter by Denton Biller today. Which the other hit batter was this one right here in Brody Dinges. Steps in and takes ball one. That was the last at bat for Dinges. He got plunked by Denton Biller. Pitch number 70 of the outing is a swing and a miss for strike one. Biller can go pretty far in games if he wants to. Good take from Dinges, 2 balls and 1 strike. Biller, the longest he's gone in a game was 7 innings against Highland. To start off the year, his first 3 games against Amarillo, Crowder, and Pratt, he didn't go more than 5 innings. He only went 4 innings in those 3 starts. And he went 5 2/3 and 5 1/3 against Iowa Western and Allen. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3 from Dinges. And there's 2 gone with Kieser coming up to the plate. So Kaiser 0 for 1 with a strikeout. This is going to get past Rowe into right field. A 2-out single for Kaiser. It's going to bring back the top of the order for the Panthers with Carson Hilton.
Interesting round of second base from Atkins as well. Kind of looked like he was pattering his feet, stumbled a little, and then just decided to stay put. Considering how deep that ball got into right, that was a bit surprising, but after he had the interesting footing issue, rounding second base, I guess he felt he had no choice but to just go back to the bag. And a fortunate break for the Cavaliers.
He only gave up 3 hits in the last outing against Labette. That one high for ball 1 to Carter Hilton, 0 for 1. He scored a run and he's walked today. Ball 1 strike. Fouled back the netting. Hilton falls behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Most hits Biller's given up was against KCK. Went 4 innings and gave up 7 hits. Ryan Hilmer was on the call back then for that one. When you were here against Highland, he gave up just 1 hit. And fouled back in game 4. So you're pretty familiar with Biller.
Man, it was not necessarily the most pleasant weather to keep going out there and just delivering solid pitch after solid pitch, but he toughed through the wind and the weather.
1-2 high and outside, topped at 92. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And once again today, a bit of wind, but certainly not much in the way of poor weather.
Beautiful weather. It's 74 right now in Overland Park. Biller's 2-2 fouled away again. We're still going to battle here.
And one more strike here on this next pitch could maybe do some wonders for how long he's going to be able to go into today's ball game as well.
Yeah. 2-2. Another foul ball. It's the 3rd straight foul ball. It's 1 ball, 2 strike count. Another 1-2. That one just outside. And Horner did not like that call whatsoever. He's still jawing to the home plate umpire.
Umpire explaining politely about how far off it was.
Runners go, and that's outside for ball 4. Neosho go-ahead run just 90 feet away.
A lot less argument with that one. But now each team here in this 4th inning has loaded up the bases thanks to some walks. Both of them doing it after getting the first 2 outs.
That was a 10-pitch at-bats between Carter Hilton and Denton Biller.
And now Kester comes to the plate with the bases loaded in a tie game.
But Kester's been kept quiet in game 2. He's 0 for 2 so far with a strikeout. Struck out his first time up, and then I was in the top of the 1st, and then you go to the top of the 3rd. He grounded out to Jake McClure. Oh, and 1 count. Kester gets a rip on that. It's into right field, right to Riker Edwards for the 3rd out. And Neosho, like the Cavaliers, are going to strand a bases-loaded situation as the Cavs will go up to bat next here in the bottom of the 4th. 3-3 tie still. Cavalier baseball back after this. Back here, bottom of the 4th inning, Jake McClure. Top the order for Johnson County. And Jake McClure, Bo Schinkel, Mike and Miller, Jeremy Comer, if anyone gets on. Cavs will go in order 1, 2, 3, 4 to start the bottom of the 4th. This 1-0 pitch into right center field, and that's going to carry well, and it's going to be over the wall for a ground rule double.
McClure has been an extra base hit machine today.
That's the 2nd double from Jake McClure today. And the 2nd ground rule double for the Cavaliers. Easton Rowe had one. Bo Schinkel been an RBI machine today. Look to try and get McClure back in. Schinkel had 3 RBIs last game. He's got 1 in this one. He's 2 for 2 with a run and an RBI, 2 singles.
And he certainly got an
Or a
opportunity.
triple and a single, excuse me.
An opportunity at another one here.
Schinkel bunts, and it's beautifully placed. a big gap between short and third. There's going to be runners on the corners for Mike and Miller.
And nobody out.
Mike and Miller 1 for 2 with a home run that drove in 2 runs, including one himself.
So here's a question, Brennan. What would you personally do, your Neosho? Ground ball right to second baseman. Well,
Ground ball through first and second into right field. It'll score McClure. Schinkel on his horse to third. That gets away. Schinkel's going to go home. Here comes Mike and Miller to third.
oh, no time for theoreticals. We got 2 runs scoring.
Two runs off what you'd call probably a double with a throwing error. And it's a 5-3 ball game for Johnson County. We'll see how they scored it. Josiah Golden's in charge of scoring this one as well. Big swing and a miss from Jeremy Comer. So they roll it a single with a 2-base error. Which I think it's proper. That one fouled away. Which I definitely think I was a little generous saying a double with an error, but a single and 2-base error off the throw. So nevertheless, 2 runs come in. Johnson County takes the lead back 5-3. Jeremy Comer looking for his first hit of the game. He's 0 for 2 so far. Comer a fly out and another ground out. 1-2, that one low and inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes, even count. Boston Bruce on deck. Comer looking for his second homer. And he'll strike out swinging. Didn't think about going to first. There's one down finally in the bottom of the 4th inning. Boston Bruce steps in to Can't Stop by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Always a go-to. Ball 1 inside at 78. One-0 count. That one low for 2 ball, no strikes. Was that on your playlist when you would warm up for football or wrestling, Aaron?
I'm gonna say probably not.
Probably not. Guess that's fair. 2 balls, 1 strike to Boston Bruce.
Still have a out to play with as well if they choose to go that route with that runner on third base.
2-1, that's going to hit Boston Bruce. Runners on the corners.
That's now 3 total runners, I believe, that have been given the free pass the hard way today.
There is an arm active in the bullpen in Sabin Seeger for Neosho. So if head coach Steve Murray decides to part ways with Williamson, if things go more south than it already has this inning, then Sabin Seeger will come in relief. We still only got about 5 innings to play. There's also an arm active in the pen for Johnson County as well. Runner to second. Riker Edwards,
Oh.
or Easton Rowe got every bit of that one. 3-run homer for Easton Rowe.
Suddenly, a tie game turns into a Johnson County lead, which turns into a hefty dose of breathing room for the Cavaliers. Explosive fifth inning here for Johnson County, or bottom of the fourth inning for Johnson County.
Easton Rowe, as soon as that left his bat, there is no doubt that that was going to go over the wall.
It's the first 1-2 to go over that had to battle the wind here today.
This is Riker Edwards in. Takes outside for ball one. Riker's 1 for 1 with a walk and a single. Outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Three-0. Take a 3-0 99% of the time. 3 balls and 1 strike. 3-1, chopper into left field. Another base knock for Johnson County. There's a runner on with 1 away. And Chris Mancinas in. So lefty will step in. That one just caught the outside part of the zone for strike 1. There goes the runner to second. 1 hopper, no tag there. Easy steal for Riker Edwards.
And the throw just a little bit behind, wrong side of the bag and off a hop. I don't think he got everything he wanted to get behind the throw.
0-2 to Mancinas. Edwards is going to steal third. It's a swing and a miss. That's a foul ball. Another 0-2 to Mancinas coming up. Another foul ball to the backstop. Big battle here with Carter Kelly on deck. He's there if you need him. Another 0-2. This time Edwards will go. That one outside, and throw is bobbled, and Riker Edwards is into third. Count to 1-2. The pitch, that one into right field. RBI single for Chris Mancinas. And the lead is up to 9-3 for Johnson County. Make it a 6-run bottom of the fourth for the Cavaliers.
An explosive inning for sure, and it looks like we're going to get another mid-mound meeting.
And this mid-mound meeting will be the day for Maverick Williamson. As we'll step aside as we take a look at the new arm in Saban Seeger after this commercial break. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live, 9-3 lead for the Cavaliers. Carter Kelly in, and we'll take a look at Saban Seeger, the sophomore from Derby, Kansas. So going from the Derby Panthers to the Neosho County Community College Panthers. Hello, that scared me a little bit. There's a netting right in front of me.
Yeah, that was on the eye line just a little bit.
Saban Seeger, this is only his third game he's appeared in this season. He's only pitched through 7 innings, allowed 8 hits, 4 runs, 2 earned, 4 walks, and 9 strikeouts as Mancinas got caught. Has an ERA of 2.57. One right down middle for strike 2. Last year he had posted an ERA of 4.84, a 3-1 record, and 10 appearances. There goes Mancinas to second. It's fouled off by Carter Kelly. Had 19 strikeouts, 17 walks. Batters batted .212 against him. Mancinas again to second. Throw out of the glove. And Mancinas to second. And Carter Kelly's retired off the strikeout. And they're going to call him out.
No signal given, so they're not. They're probably going to explain it to the dugout, but they didn't turn around and give us any indicator.
Okay. Now if we check the system here, that was only 2 outs.
It was, and they called Mancias out.
That's interesting.
As well.
So we'll step aside as we get the new pitching change in Hudson Bird. All right, so back here on Johnson County Sports Live, and going back through the review, we did in fact find out that Carter Kelly walked across home plate after the strikeout, which would be a batter interference on limiting the throw down to second. So that's why the Cavaliers were sent to the dugout, even though that we kind of questioned why there's only 2 outs. New pitcher on the mound for the Cavaliers. It's Hudson Bird, the freshman from Leawood, Kansas, the product of Pembroke Hill High School. Transferred out from Kansas State University. One. That one outside. Bird, appearance number 11 on the year. Gone through 18 and 2/3 innings of work. This one fouled away by, this is Jamin Beck. 11 walks, 30 strikeouts, only giving up 1 home run, 8 hits, 9 runs, 7 earned, an ERA of 3.38, a whip of 1.02. This 2-2 to Beck down low, count now full. And Johnson County pitching, they've been phenomenal as of recently. Full count, swing and a miss for strike 3. Strikeout number 31 for Hudson Bird. There's one gone here in the 5th.
That's pretty big considering who's coming to the plate. Batted in all 3 of the runs to this point in the game. You like to face him with those bases empty.
Johnson County, a couple days ago, before going into the Neosho series, their 3.79 ERA was the 9th best in the nation, 362 strikeouts, 5th. Had a 10.81 K per 9, which is 7th, and then a 1.25 whip, which ranked 4th amongst all junior colleges. So Johnson County, their pitching has been impressive this year. They came into the rankings a couple days ago. Number 13, Cowley at number 4. Fouled back in the netting. Ball on 2 strikes. Haven't seen, well, we normally used to see Johnson County pretty high. Cowley been really phenomenal this year, although Cavs took the series against Cowley. Popped up. All right, correction, we did not take the series against Cali.
The catcher number 42, Chase Robertson.
Chase Robertson steps in. They went 1 and 3. Got corrected next to me, thank you. Just 1 and 3 against the Tigers. Chase Robertson steps in. There for strike 1. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
Took a big rip at that one.
Robertson 0 for 2. Hudson Bird has had season high of 6 strikeouts. Those against Iowa Western in game number 2 on the road. He went 2 innings in that one and gave up only just 1 run. It was not earned, so Bird a good strikeout pitcher. 0-2 the count. 2 gone. Popped up and Allen found it way out of play. And the delivery of baseballs from none other than JT Davis. Another 0-2 from Bird. One down and way inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bird's not giving up more than 2 walks, just only once. He gave up 4 against Cali in game 4. Yeah, I do. Okay, so I was wrong on that. They won the first game against Cali, but then they lost. They won the second game against Cali, but they lost games 1, 3, and 4. Fouled away. Big battle here between Robertson and Hudson Bird. This is pitch number 8 of the at-bat. A 1-2 home. Gonna have a half swing that it's foul.
Oh,
Just foul. It's the 5th foul ball of this at-bat.
I'd say that one skipped up some chalk, but I can't imagine they actually chalk the turf field.
Definitely not.
Skipped up some turf beads that were on the white.
Another 1-2, the 9th pitch of the at-bat. That's going to hit him at 82 miles an hour on the leg. That is the 3rd hit batter by the Cavaliers today and on the afternoon.
We've had a couple of Cavaliers get plunked as well. I think that's, what was that, 5 total hit by pitches between the two teams?
Be correct, yeah. This is Cutter Culver. This one chopped to second, nicely fielded by McClure. The throw to Rowe in time for the 3rd out. Tigers strand 1. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 9-3 lead for Johnson County. Back here on Johnson County Sports Line for the bottom of the 5th. So Tucker Akins moves from 3rd to 2nd. It'll be Reed Hannaberg back at 3rd. Back top of the order for Johnson County, McClure, Schinkel, Miller, Comer, if anyone gets on. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's jammed inside. Seeger on to Kester for out number 1. This is Bo Schinkel. 3 for 3, 2 runs and RBI. Bo Schinkel a triple and 2 singles. He's been on fire today.
He's been rolling, as I believe you mentioned in the pregame, pretty much all week. And carrying it into today.
That one got framed decently for strike 1. Ball 1 strike. That one to short. Beck fires to first. Not in time.
Nice hustle.
4 for 4 day for Bo Schinkel.
Yeah, the ball ate up shortstop Beck just a little bit. Caused him to bobble it in his glove, and that bobble was the difference.
Okay, so to the left of us, they say it's an error on Jamin Beck, so Schinkel will get to first base. Mike and Miller steps in. Miller, the sophomore from Ostiego, Minnesota. 2 for 3, scored 2 runs. He's driven in 4. He had a home run and a single today. DH in game 2. 2-0. Low and outside. 3 balls, no strikes. Saban Seeger did bat last year. He batted .204. That one finds the low part of the zone for strike 1. 3 balls and a strike. Runner goes. Miller hits this into center field and caught for out number 1.
And Schinkel having to retreat there. He was trying to take off.
Then just tracked it well. Jeremy Comer. Bo Schinkel goes. No tag there. Bo Schinkel's going to steal another base here.
Clearly the scouting report coming in for Johnson County was try to take second base as often as possible.
It's the 4th stolen base today by Johnson County. Both Bo Schinkel and Riker Edwards 2 apiece.
Neosho has just not been able to get those throws down there to make it particularly competitive.
Comer fouls it off 0-2 the count. Bo Schinkel has now 20 stolen bases on the season.
He's going for 21.
He's got 21. There's a steal to third. 21 stolen bases.
He hit stolen base blackjack all in one trip around.
0-2 count to Comer again. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And Bo Schinkel is going to be stranded on third here to end the 5th inning. To the 6th we go. Johnson County still leads it 9-3. Back here for the start of the 6th inning on Johnson County Sports Live. Brenda Bull and Aaron Feely back here with you. Tucker Akins to lead off the 6th for the Panthers. Akins, Dinges, and Kaiser. And then if anyone gets on, back to the top of the order with Carter Hilton. First pitch fouled away by Akins. Falls behind in the count 0-1. Into center field. And it'll get down for a base hit. I think, again, that situation of just make a good play on the one hop.
Yeah, you don't want to, again,
Overrun it.
give them any sort of free bases that makes them start to feel the momentum going. You got a 6-run lead. You can afford a guy standing at first base.
High and inside. Ball on to Brody Dinges, the center fielder. For one of the strikeout. He's been hit by a pitch today, too. 1-0 again inside.
He considered being hit by that one as well. Just avoided it.
There's an arm active again in the bullpen of Neosho, Camden Horick. Chopper that'll get into right field. Back-to-back singles for Neosho. There's 2 on and nobody out for the Panthers.
Yeah, now they might be starting to build at something. Obviously, game 1 here in the 6th inning, that was big for Neosho. They went from 5-1 down to suddenly 5-4 before Johnson County was finally able to get that final out, and then they would end it with that same score an inning later. Probably not in the mood to play that game again.
Dallas Kaiser, the left fielder, takes first pitch strike. 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a single. Fouls this one up the first base line. No balls and 2 strikes. Akins on second. 3-pitch strikeout for Hudson Bird. There's 1 gone here. The top the 6th.
The right fielder, number 5, Carson Hilton.
Strikeout number 2 for Hudson Bird. Carter Hilton. Will step in for the 4th time today. He's 0 for 1. He's scored a run, and he's walked twice today. Hilton flew out to Bo Schinkel his first time out, and he's walked back-to-back times. He's ahead early, 2-0. Got Akins on second, Dinges on first. Carter Hilton, if he can walk for the 3rd straight time, will load the bases for Lars Kester. Well, those been quiet today has made an impact in game 3.
Yeah, Johnson County still trying to chase that low ball, see if they can't get a ground ball out of this and just try to turn 2 and head to the bottom of 6.
Bird looks back to second. He'll deal a 3-1. Fouled away right towards the Neosho dugout, and everybody's jumping out of the way scared. Counts full, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, good job getting back into it after going down 3-0 on the mound for Bird. Hilton, a strike and a foul ball. He's got it back to full now. Still going low with each of these, you can see.
They'll go to second. Tag not in time. Another full count. Bird will deal this time. That one outside. Carter Hilton walks for the 3rd time today, and it's going to load the bases for Lars Kester.
Kester did big-time damage in that first game, as you mentioned. He's been their best hitter on this season, and they're going to talk about it before they pitch to him with the bases loaded.
There's 2 arms active in the bullpen. Ashton Hartwig is one of them. I think Blake Neese is the other. So there's 2 arms active, and there's one just getting quick warm-up in.
I don't mean to alarm anyone just yet, but 6-run game, there's still 1 out, bases loaded, as we mentioned. If they can't get an out beforehand, Maverick Williams would represent the tying run coming up in 2 hitters. And he has done big damage with his bat here tonight. I know we're pulling the Fox broadcast Ohtani graphic with that statement, but
Kester 0 for 3 with a strikeout today. So ahead 1-0. Kester into center field. Schinkel can't run it down. It's going to go to the wall. Akins will score.
Yeah, that's going to clear him.
Bases clearing double for Lars Kester, who gets his first hit in game 2. And it's a 6-9 game.
Still only 1 out. And, of course, Kester in scoring position now. With back at the plate. And then I just mentioned it a second ago, but Williams on deck. And now it looks like you're absolutely going to have to face him this inning.
Jimin Beck. He's 0 for 2 with a run. He scored today. He's walked and he's struck out twice. So Beck he just struck out and walked. He came across to score one of the now 6 runs for Neosho. This one belted to left field, but it'll go foul. Ball and a strike to Beck. Low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Jimin Beck, class of 23, graduated from Spring Hill High School. One I'm very familiar with, Spring Hill, home of the Broncos. 3 balls and 1 strike.
One of our more prominent high schools we cover.
3-1. Fouls this one off again, turned on that one into over the bullpen of Neosho. Here's the 3-2. Popped up into center field. Schinkel will run it on and get the second out here. Kester will not go to third.
The designated hitter, number 25, Maverick Williamson.
And Maverick Williamson, he's 2 for 3. He scored a run. He's driven in 3 today. He had a home run back in the top of the first inning.
Yeah, and they did at least get Beck out, so he can't tie the game in this swing, but he could certainly make it interesting.
Had a single in the top of the third to Bo Schinkel. He flew out to Mancinas his last time out. Oh, 1 fouled back at the netting. He'll fall behind 0-2. JT Davis to deliver more baseballs. Rocking a solid mustache. Another 0-2 from Bird. Whoa! That one got away. And Kester to third base. So Kester just 90 feet away. Williamson, a swing of the bat, can drive in the 4th run of this top of the 6th for the Panthers.
Or another one out there, and it might.
But never mind that. Hudson Bird, a big strikeout to leave Kester on third. But Kester did some damage. A 3-run RBI double will put the Panthers just down 3. 9-6 Cavaliers. They're up to bat next on Johnson County Sports Live. Back here for the bottom of the 6th on Johnson County Sports Live. Brendan Bull and Aaron Feely back here with you. This is Camden Horak, the freshman from Rossville, Kansas, on the mound. Now for the Panthers. He's pitched in 12 1/3 innings, allowed 12 hits, 14 runs, 8 earned, 6 walks, 9 strikeouts. He's faced a total of 55 batters coming into this one. 1-0 record, ERA of 5.84. Bruce fouls it away. He's already behind 0-2. Last outing against Butler, he went 6 1/3 innings, allowed 5 hits, 6 runs, 1 earned, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. This one into left field and through. Boston Bruce. Leadoff single to start the bottom of the 6th. And those 5 strikeouts were a season high for Camden Horak. Now Easton Rowe will step in. Easton Rowe, 2 for 2. He scored a run. He's driven in 3. Get a double and a home run. This one popped up into left field, making the catch. Route number 1 is Kaiser. Here's Riker Edwards. Riker Edwards, 2 for 2. He's scored today. He's walked. 2 singles, a walk for Riker Edwards. The Smithville High School product in his sophomore year. That one low, and it's going to get past. And to second goes Boston Bruce. Smithville, Missouri, always been a pretty solid baseball team in recent years. 0-1, just low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chris Mancinas on deck. Let's take it slow. 2 balls, 1 strike. Edwards 0 for 3 in the last game.
Oh, that one snapped right back in there.
Beautiful off-speed pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two count. Here's the pitch. Went back to that pitch again. Edwards deep to left field. Kaiser looks over, forget about it. 2-run bomb for Riker Edwards. And the 3rd home run in game 2 for Johnson County. It's an 11-6 ball game for the Cavaliers. How about that, Aaron?
That's a great response there. After the big-time 6th inning for the Panthers that they were able to put up. Scoreboard currently says 10-6. I believe there was a runner on base for that home run.
Yep, there it is. It
there
just
we
got
go.
fixed. 3rd home run of the season for Riker Edwards. Seen his bunts, it goes foul. Making sure the score is correct. It is 11-6. Mancinas went inside. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Mancinas checked his swing.
That one's going to roll foul, too.
It is going to roll foul. Yeah, I'm correct. It's 11-6. One ball, 2 strikes. One away with Carter Kelly on deck for Johnson County. One, 2. Fouled away. Mancinas will still battle. Mancinas again was the 7th best player in the state of Kansas coming out of Bishop Ward. Was the #1 shortstop in the state. Was the 3A Kansas Player of the Year and All-State First Team. In his junior year, his Bishop Ward Cyclones went undefeated. That one goes inside and to the backstop, full count. So Mancinas bringing his winning and flashy talent here to a winning junior college program like Johnson County. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Warak gets set. And here's the delivery. That was strike 3, and Mancinas is like, what?
Yeah.
Mancinas is still, and here comes Coach Yeager to say something.
Well, I guess we'll just go ahead and say they've got a better view down there than we have here, but it almost felt like that came close to grazing some cloth.
Ooh, that almost came in and hit Kelly on the head. So there's 2 down.
That one firmly ruled ball 1.
One-0, taken high. 2 balls, no strikes. There is another arm in the bullpen for Neosho. Johnson County's got a couple arms active. Three balls, no strikes. Three of the count to Kelly. 4-pitch walk for Carter Kelly. So that time it is a firm walk. There's a runner on and 2 down.
It's going to bring McClure back to the plate as well, who's made friends with second base here in this second game.
2 for 4, 2 doubles, 2 runs scored. Tried to go outside, ball 1. Cavs have 4. They have 7 extra base hits today in game 2. McClure takes strike 1. One count. This one fouled away. Watch out. Spectators near the bullpen. One ball, 2 strikes to Jake McClure. One, 2. McClure fouls it away, and Kelly has to go back to second. For those who are Royals fans in the area, about 10 minutes, Royals and Guardians will go toe-to-toe for game 2. And speaking of the Royals, there's an umpire, Mark Ripperger, called the second perfect called game in the umpire's scorecard statistic history. First one being in the 2022 World Series, called by Pat Hoberg, who is a native of the state of Kansas. One, 2 to McClure, fouled back. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
It's a well-timed showing like that, with all of the news coming out and the decisions going forward on how involved the robot umpiring system is going to be in Major League Baseball going forward. the umpires union has to enjoy a nice 100% perfect called game.
That one low. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. So the second. So within the past decade of the umpire's scorecard, only been 2, and only took about 3 years for the second perfect game to be called. We've seen some close, almost perfect games called, but this one is going to get into center field for McClure. Kelly is going to be sent home. Cut off by Kester, trying to go home, and no play at the plate.
So that stolen base. Neosho just kind of.
Oh, wow. And they said Kelly missed the bag at third base. And out comes Coach Horner. And he's going to want to have a word, too. We're even going to go back and take a look. So Coach Yeager is still going to be with the home plate umpire. So we're going to go back and look.
It's not a phenomenal angle here, Brennan, but I mean, it almost looks like he kind of intentionally reaches back his foot. You assume that would be to touch it.
I think you just barely got the base with the back heel of his front foot.
Otherwise, I'm not sure why he takes that weird like horse step backwards as he's going forward. But again, all we have is the camera angle behind home plate, so we don't have 3 dimensions to this, but
interesting.
But the ruling on the field was a missed bag. So rather than 12-6 as we thought.
So we have actually Watkins to our left who just pulled up the aware camera. And yeah, that looks to be his full foot is on the bag. So his full foot was on the bag. Wow, okay.
So an interesting decision there, but we play on.
We go to the 7th. This is Luke Fricker, the freshman from Parkville, Missouri.
Now, for the Johnson County fans in attendance, you just hope that the 5-run lead will just hold and that doesn't come around to be impactful in any way.
And Fricker was ranked among the top 500 prospects in the country. What a play from Mancinas. What a play.
Got him. Where'd he rank in the state of Kansas again, coming out of high school, Brennan?
Number 1.
You don't say.
Was the top shortstop in the state for a reason. So there's one out to start off the 7th, and that one just missing for ball 1. So it is 11-6, run retracted.
But a great defensive play to start things off for Johnson County as they try to survive the controversy.
Cutter Colvert over 3 of the strikeout today. He'll take strike 1, 91 miles per hour from Fricker. It's game number 11. This one fouled back. Fricker 1-1 record, 2 saves on the year in 16 innings. He allowed 9 hits, 6 runs, 4 earned, 9 walks, 20 strikeouts. Caper 9 of 11.25, ERA of 2.25, and a whip of 1.13. He's got a full count to Hanneberg. 3-2 in there for strike 3. Hanneberg was about ready to go to first base, and he had to sidestep the other way as he's going to go back to the dugout, and there's 2 down. Fricker picks up his first strikeout.
Well, it certainly doesn't look like the Cavaliers are in any way affected by that. Well,
that one's going to nail Tucker Akins.
That's his second time. It's got to start feeling personal after a couple of them. Johnson County currently ahead by 5 on the baseball scoreboard, and I believe ahead by 2 in the dodgeball game they're unofficially playing.
That's quite a quoter, and I think you got to make like those motivational quotes, like the motivational quotes with the just calming background.
Oh yeah,
that's got to go on one at least. 1 ball and 1 strike to Brody Dinges. 1 for 2 with a run and a strikeout.
And he took maybe the most painful looking of the plunkings.
Dinges pieces that one, but into shallow right field is Jake McClure for the 3rd out of the 7th. Cavs will go out to bat next here in the bottom of the 7th. They lead it 11-6. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live, new pitcher and catcher for the Panthers. On the mound, Rhett Smith for the Panthers. Bo Schinkel into right center field. It'll drop in. And snared nicely by Hilton before it goes to the wall. A double for Bo Schinkel. And Mike and Miller will step in. Bo Schinkel is just a home run away from the cycle. The press box is upset at me because they feel like I'm going to jinx them here. So Tucker Akins goes to the catching position, and then it'll be Gilbert Rodriguez in at second base. Rhett Smith, like Kester developed right here. Beautifully placed bunt by Mike and Miller.
That was perfect.
Perfectly executed. There's runners on the corners now. Bo Schinkel to third. Jeremy Comer 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. But I'm sure he's got plenty of power to propel this one over the left field wall again. We're back-to-back games with a homer. First pitch to Comer is outside for ball 1. One out count to Comer. That one's going to get away. Here comes Schinkel to score. And Miller to second. 12-6 Johnson County.
Where's that 12th run? We were just an inning late.
So Gilbert Rodriguez, who played in game 1, back in the infield in game 2 to try and provide some hitting here. Comer swings and misses for strike 1 at 74 miles per hour from Rhett Smith. Rhett Smith, record of 0-1 with a save on the year. 16 2/3 innings pitched, line 10 hits, 5 runs, 3 earned, 11 walks, 16 strikeouts. ERA of 1.62. Last outing against Pratt, he had 2. But his most recent one being on the 6th of April, he went 4 innings, 1 hit, 1 run, which is earned, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Faced 16 batters. Jeremy Comer is going to take a walk here.
Could be yet another big offensive inning here for Johnson County with no outs.
So now Boston Bruce will step in. 1 for 3. He's scored twice today. Runners wanted to take off. Miller will run back to second.
A little bit of a trot. Elbows tucked, Miller. Elbows tucked.
Boston Bruce had a double in game 1 against Neosho. Went 2 for 3 in game 2, 1 for 3 in game 1, 0 for 3 in game 1, 1 for 3 in game 2. Perfectly placed bunt again. Bruce can't beat the throw, but both runners advance 90 feet.
We've seen a couple of really nicely executed bunts from Johnson County here today. Actually, I say a couple. It's been the hat trick of really well executed bunts for the Cavaliers. 2 of them have ended in hits, and that one did the job it was meant to do.
This is Easton Rowe, 2 for 3 with a double and a home run. That one low and inside. He scored once. He's driven in 3 runs today, second most behind Mike and Miller, who's driven in 4. Mike and Miller to triple and a home run in both the games against Neosho, and Rowe got fooled there in the off-speed, ball and a strike. Rowe from here, and that's going to hit. It's going to hit him. Bases loaded now for Johnson County. All for Riker Edwards.
How often you think we've seen an 8 plunking game where almost none of it was actual maliciousness?
Not sure. That's the second time Eastern Rowe's been hit today. Boston Bruce is also hit, so yeah, 8 hit by pitches today between both these teams. Riker Edwards, a home run, his last at bat. Riker Edwards with home run number 3 of the season. That one low for ball 1, and Aikens running quickly to make sure no runner advances. Just close in proximity, so I don't think anybody would want to take off.
Might have been trying to bait him, but honestly, might have just not known it was right behind him. But Johnson County considered it for a moment. Don't think they were going to try that one, however.
On a strike to Riker. Piece the off-speed pitch. That one into right field, and it's going to carry to the wall and bounce off. Mikan scores. Jeremy Comer's going to score. In comes Easton Rowe. A 3-run RBI triple for Riker Edwards to clear the bases. It's a 15-6 ball game.
Base clearing triple for him. 1 at bat after a home run. Nice couple of innings here for the bats of Johnson County.
Essentially, Riker Edwards is a double away from the cycle.
Well, you got a great reaction for that one up here the last time, and another hit by pitch.
That's the 9th hit by pitch in this game. And Carter Kelly will step in.
He looks hesitant after seeing the last.
Well, essentially, this is a big situation. Kelly can drive in the win here. There goes Mancinas to second. He's just going to have a free base. Both runners in scoring position. Kelly swings and misses.
You mentioned going for that game-winning RBI there. He decided to expand the zone a little bit, trying to fish for it.
No balls and 2 strikes. That one just outside, a ball and 2 strikes. Johnson County looking for their 2nd straight sweep, their 3rd straight series win. There's strike 3. They're going to send him home. Throw to the plate. Offline, not in time. And that's the ball game. The Cavaliers, their 2nd straight sweep.
April's been good to them.
And again, they've not lost in the calendar month of April. Final score, Cavaliers 16, Neosho 6, their third straight series win dating back to the month of March when they beat KCK. They swept Labette, and now they've swept the Panthers, and they'll go on the road to Metropolitan Community College on Tuesday with their 33rd win on the year and only 10 losses, and their 20th conference win of the year. They've won their last 8 games this season, an impeccable run so far for the Cavs this year. We'll step aside for just a few moments. When we come back, we'll break down Game 2 and what's coming up next around Johnson County. You're watching Cavalier Baseball on Johnson County Sports Live. Cavs win Game 2, 16-6 after 7. Back here on Johnson County Sports Live. Time for our post-game show here as the Cavs take both games here at home against Neosho 5-4 and then 16-6 here in game number 2. We'll break that one down for you. And Aaron, 16 runs on 19 hits and no errors for Johnson County. The impressive game for the Cavs all around.
Yeah, other than the occasional errant pitch from each of the teams that we were seeing here today, it was a very clean game, especially in the back half of that game, too, for Johnson County. It started off, looked like it was going to be another tight contest like Game 1 was, and then that 6th inning came around, and it was just an explosion for Johnson County. Obviously was able to run away with it, end the game a little bit early. There's taking that 10-run lead in the 7th on the steal of home after the drop third strike throw to first base. And Johnson County remains undefeated in the 4th month of this year.
So take a look at the final numbers. Denton Biller went 4 innings on the mound. He allowed 3 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. Hudson Bird, 2 innings in relief, allowed 3 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, a walk and 3 strikeouts. And then Luke Fricker went an inning, allowed no hits and no runs. Didn't have a walk, but he had a strikeout. 9 total strikeouts for the Cavaliers through 7 innings of work. Then we look at the loss for Neosho. Starting off on the mound for the Panthers was Maverick Williamson. He went 3 1/3 innings pitched, allowed 13 hits, 9 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. And then 1 2/3 innings of relief for Saban Seeger. He had 2 strikeouts there. And another pitcher in relief was Camden Horak. He went 1 inning in relief, allowing 3 hits, 2 runs, all of them earned, a walk and a strikeout. And then the final pitcher to come into the game for the Panthers was Rhett Smith. He went 2/3 of an inning, allowing 3 hits, 5 runs, all of them earned, a walk and a strikeout. He would let up the winning runs there in the bottom of the 7th inning, a 5-run 7th for the Cavaliers. They had a 6-run 4th, a 3rd-run 1st, a 3-run 1st, and a 2-run 6th. And it's the Cavaliers walking off in 7. And how about the hitting from Johnson County? Multi-hit games from Ranker Edwards and Bo Schinkel, who had 4 hits, 3 hits from Jake McClure and Mike and Miller, 2 hits from Easton Rowe, and then also combined the hits of Boston Bruce, Chris Mancinas, and Carter Kelly, 19 total hits and 36 at-bats. And of the 19 hits, 8 of those were extra base hits. 3 home runs today for the Cavaliers. In Game 2, Easton Rowe, Mike and Miller, and Ranker Edwards. Jake McClure had 2 doubles. Bo Schinkel and Easton Rowe had doubles as well. Bo Schinkel and Ranker Edwards extended to the 3 bases of the triple. And I mean, 8 extra base hits and 19 of those hits. I mean, that's really impressive. And a big statement to cap off the homestand here.
Yeah, obviously, once again, another big explosion on the offensive end for Johnson County, and we saw a lot of that in this series. At Game 1, borderline going to go down as an anomaly for them, only winning it 5-4. The other 3 games, double-digit runs in each of those games. The bats have come alive as the weather's been getting a little nicer here for the Cavaliers, and one would probably say you'd expect that to just continue as the sun continues to stay out a little bit longer.
And I mean, you can't ask for much better, especially with the way Johnson County's been playing in the month of April. Months of April and May have been really good to them. So Cavaliers will improve to 33-10 on the year, getting their 20th conference win, 20-4 in conference play. They've won their last 8. Still in the running to take the conference, although Cali's right with them. So we'll see how this rest of the baseball calendar year shapes up. So we'll take a look at what's next here on Johnson County Sports Live. The Cavaliers softball team traveled to Fort Scott for a doubleheader today at 1 and 3 p.m. And then they're on the road Tuesday at Independence Community College. They'll be back home. And we've got a doubleheader here at Johnson County Community College. The Coffeyville Ravens will come on Thursday, 2 and 4. The game times on that one, and we'll be here on the 17th as well as the Cavaliers take on Dodge City Community College and that's after a makeup game at the Maple Woods Baseball Complex against Metropolitan Community College. And then, of course, 2 more changes there. Monday the 21st, we'll be live here at 1 and 4 to take on Baker University, the JV squad of Baker University out of the Heart of America Conference in the NAIA. And then right back to work on Thursday against Coffeyville on the 24th on a Thursday at 1 and 4 p.m. as well. And that's the second to last series before May 3rd on Saturday at 1 and 4, take on the Greyhounds of Fort Scott Community College on Senior Day. And then kind of rounding out the softball schedule, Neosho will be here on the 24th, 26th at Allen. May 1st against Heston will be the last 2 games. Heston just recently announced they're moving up to the NAIA as well. So, interesting move by the Larks to move up to the NAIA. Of course, being a member in the KJCCC for a few years in the West Division. So that's going to be an interesting move for them. That'll be taking place here next year and within the next few years. As it's not very common you see a JUCO team move up to be an NAIA institution, but I mean, we've seen stranger things happen in sports, Aaron.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting jump to monitor. I think especially in the baseball world, you actually tend to find a lot of the best talent under D1 tends to be in the junior college division. So we'll see what kind of monitor how that jump goes. It could be more interesting and more competitive maybe than a lot of people would initially think.
Of course, talking about the Division I colleges like Missouri and Delaware also jumping up to the Division I page as well. Missouri joining Conference USA along with Delaware as well. So, I mean, it's an interesting time in sports right now, especially with all the conference moving. You know, you're moving up divisions, and it's going to be interesting to see how it goes for the Larks, especially because, you know, you're jumping up from NAIA ball. I mean, it's very competitive there, especially – I don't remember what division they're moving to, but from what I heard, it was a pretty competitive division. Of course, I'm familiar with the Heart of America Conference, the KCAC, and then, of course, you also got the what was the division there that was playing right now? I can't think of it off the top of my head, but a couple of very talented divisions that a lot of the NAIA institutions are playing in right now. You'll find a lot of them, especially states of Kansas, Missouri, Iowa. I think the Midwest baseball is at its peak right now, and it's going to be exciting to see how that shapes up. That'll do it for us here from Cavalier Stadium on the campus of Johnson County Community College in Overland Park, Kansas, alongside my partner, Aaron Feely. I appreciate you joining me today, Aaron. Always a pleasure as usual. I'm Brendan Bullen, signing off from Cavalier Stadium. Go Cavs.